Let me do it. Tanya. I feel pointing fingers at whoever his friends and family, they were there. They had a loving family and caring friends, and they were there. Where was Vida? When someone continuously attacks another player, Grandmaster, undermining everything he had worked for his entire life, undermining everything that he stood for, undermining what he believed in, what he thought of himself, and what he gave to the chess world. And he died thinking that his reputation was damaged, that he died thinking. He died not knowing how much he mattered to the chess world. That hurts so much. I hope.
Ha 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 ha. Hans Niemann likes anal beads. Ha 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 ha. He doesn't have feelings. Ha 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 ha. Wave a wand a little extra around his ass. Ha 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 ha. That'll be some good content because I'm not good enough at chess to make a living. Ha 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 ha. Hans Niemann worked for something and suffered in isolation. But I'm pretty, so ha 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 ha. Hans Niemann would be blindfolded on 10 boards, but ha 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 ha. Naroditsky's death is why Jennifer Shahade has to shut up. Even though she is old enough to tell when men are bad or manipulative. 10-year-old girls are not her. They do not have her judgment. She cannot inspire 10-year-old girls to want to fit in with their older role models. When again, girls do not have the life experience or a fully matured brain to know when it's too far, to know when the guy is innocent. Stop. I feel so alone for many reasons. My TikTok was banned for criticizing the Call It Out movement in large part. And reminding women like Jennifer Shahade, who don't like the Andrew Tates of the world, it is not your job to fix it, for one. And when you attack them, more men like Daniel Naroditsky will get hurt and suffer because Andrew Tate doesn't care. And when decent men are hurting, he was 29. But the younger they are, the more vulnerable. But decent young men are hurting. And you call it out, even with good intentions. You send them right to Andrew Tate, Jennifer. You send them right to Andrew Tate. He's got open arms, Jennifer. And you made Andrew Tate billions of dollars. People like you, Jennifer, who are smart as shit. Quite a bit smarter than me. Probably a much better heart. Andrew Tate owes you thank you notes. You are not helping young girls. You are ruining their future. I hope Magnus Carlsen gets in a car accident. I don't want anyone to die, but I hope Carlsen gets so severely concussed he can never use his brain at a high level and goes from 2,800 to 1,200. That's cruel. That's amazing. What Dayton's a mom? What a psycho. An eye for an eye leaves everyone blind, but at least we'll all see each other's perspective. Carlson can learn how it feels to be sidelined from the game he's dedicated his life to, due to no fault of his own. Drunk driver, Magnus. I hope he hits you, and you can never think again. You can never calculate, and you lose to intermediates. That's what you deserve.
Tanya, you will be remembered for the incredible and genuine person, the incredible teacher, educator, commentator, and such a kind and genuine and
Nice move.
honest soul. The world needs more people like Daniel Naroditsky. And bullying, harassment,
Cost
and
is too
attacks,
great.
baseless accusations need to stop and need to have consequences.
Magnus Carlsen, banned from America. He attacked one of our brightest young minds. Ban his ass. Don't give him a Norwegian symphony. I didn't move to the chess capital of fucking Norway. Punish him. Punish him, Anna. Where's your anti-Magnus videos? I'm sure she supported Hans because she's the kind type of person that wouldn't like that. What happened to Daniel, even if she didn't love Hans? She's a very kind person. Where are your videos threatening Magnus Carlsen the way Kramnik is getting threatened? Where are they? You want it fixed. You want it fixed.
Don't let this happen
Just telling you how to
again.
fix it.
The light needs to shine.
King
through the
loses his
darkness.
crown.
Has to stop here.
Would have
and
saved
now.
Daniel Naroditsky's life. That's unacceptable. Magnus Carlsen can't even do it. And we don't love Hans Niemann. We don't really want him as our friend. We don't really trust him, but we have no evidence he cheated in round 3. You're gonna fine and publicly humiliate the king? Oh, all right. Hey, this online stuff, it's nobody's fault. We're gonna have to learn how to work together and assume positive intent. Hey, they did that to Magnus Carlsen. Kramnik would have looked over and said, gosh, I hate that I can't do whatever I want. But okay, point proven. Daniel Naroditsky would still be alive if you would have hung Magnus Carlsen on a stick, even if for just a little bit, and wave him at everybody else. That's the number one. That's the big dog. Look at what we did to him. You don't accuse without evidence. And if Hans Niemann said something outrageous, and if Hans Niemann was inappropriate and wasn't representing chess in a good light, Magnus Carlsen's a chess player. We are the governing body. And that is not his job to interfere. Hans Niemann can deal with complaints from the ethics committee on his behavior and personality, but not on his fair play. That would have saved Daniel Naroditsky's life.
Thank you to all of you who have been vocal on social media, on forums, in the comments, anywhere and everywhere you can, and please continue doing so. Please make sure, with whatever means and sources we have, that we fight for this, that we make sure that there is justice. And this will never happen again. It should not have happened. It should not have happened.
26 minutes is way too short of a game for me to jot down neat notations.
Rest in peace, Tanya. You will always be remembered. I hope you hear how much your life mattered. To
What
so
did I do
many,
here?
to so many of us.
Is that right? That's actually what happened in the game. I screwed that up. That's not right. I was running low on clock. Played over the board today after completing week 2 of crap stealing school. I was exhausted. My cousin also was in town, so I hung out with him a little bit the past 2 nights. Just go and be consistent. No more long breaks. Drew my first game. Played pretty well, but just didn't finish it. And it looks like I had that game won. I don't know if that's actually what happened. I got to check my notations again. But I'm so tired, and I've done so much craps over the last 2 weeks. When I started trying to think real hard about the position, I just saw dice rolling. And at one point, I think I said 7 out. I'm 30 years old. I know that's toward the tail end of a man's best mental years. But the issue is sleep deprivation and chances to focus on chess. I'm going to deal cards overnight for decades. Makes me happy. In the world of social media, if I blew up, I don't want to make a living that way. I love the gambling atmosphere. I can feel like a normal person and then play chess. I don't need to be in the spotlight. I'll overdose on drugs. Gotta know who we are in life. And like Anna's talk about kindness and the importance of having some empathy. The casinos were awesome to me. Both my casinos fed the dealers anytime they could justify a special event, especially holidays. We got really, really good meals. The higher ups stopped by the night shift more than in any other industry. At my previous employer, my mom's a pharmacist, and since the pharmacy doesn't make the company money, pharmacy is kind of like table games in a casino. Has to be there, so you go to the slots. It doesn't lose money, but that is the big money maker, and pharmacy is the same way. People got to come buy groceries, so you need a pharmacy. Gets them in the store. But executives don't ever stop and say hi. I mean, you flew in. You're already in the club. Walk by the pharmacy, you assholes. You assholes. You can't just walk by the pharmacy. And casino people, even the big dogs, are not so arrogant. They're kind to everybody, from the janitor to the newest, quietest dealer. And I love it. During COVID lockdown, when I was accused, Google the H-1B visa, without evidence, sold my brand new home I just built 2 months before COVID lockdown hit. Not going to transfer me. I had so many options. All a bunch of straight white men who grew up like I did or better talk about how hard it is for men who happen to be black and how unfair women get treated. And look at your fucking board of directors and every white man in power, which is the majority of your executives. And I'm sitting here at age 25, just built the house, never coached. Consultants were the ones who started breaking my stuff, and I got along well with the more competent techies because I could touch them. They were elite. And since the corporation cheated and lied and broke the law, America is going to be worse off because we're going to lose those amazing quality assurance people. And the best technical experts who know how systems talk can write the code, can explain it to a finance person that doesn't know anything about debugging and roadmaps, and then turn around and talk deep in the weeds. We're going to lose them because a corporation can't follow the fucking law, and they've cheated, and they've added in the consultants who are functional and can write code about like I do. And they've stamped them as highly skilled in hundreds, and there's 100 more, and take Americans' jobs. We love America. And then they're going to let someone like me suffer at age 25 when I'm just getting started in life, and nothing like COVID lockdown has ever happened. My racquetball gyms were closed. I didn't have access to my racquetball facilities anymore. Right before my associate discount card quit fucking working with no coaching. My alternative was to break the law. That is illegal. Google it. I was going to meet up with my two friends. Guess what my two friends' names were? Probably some white dudes. Probably John and Adam. Oh, another straight white male. He's kind of handsome and tall. I bet he's just racist and hates women too. Soumya and Ranjan were two of my better friends who I played racquetball with bi-weekly or twice a week. And I got to the gym and I texted my friends. I said, hey guys, because of COVID, I know it's been 4 months, they're only letting one person in the racquetball court at a time. And in our group text, we're just like, oh man, we're looking forward to seeing each other, playing some racquetball. There's never been a time like that in history. And not much after we could go alone and sit in a racquetball court and talk to ourselves while we hit the ball off the wall to ourselves. I was forced to make very important decisions that would impact the rest of my life. And my alternative was to break the law. I did the job I was given to the best of my ability, hoped I could ride out COVID lockdown and the retaliation led to my home being sold. They went at my mother, which you put a man in handcuffs before that happens. I have forged documents with a bonus, so I'd have to sign an NDA in court at worst. And I can't just let it die. Tammy, how's he feeling? Tammy, did he get a new phone? The team's worried about him. The choice is yours, bitch. I have all the retaliation. You're going to go on my mom? Who do you think you are, you crazy bitch? And that is life as a man. Though a lot of women have great hearts. Listen to Anna Rudolph crying about her friend passing. It's interesting. Women who have been through the most shit, I'm talking grew up in rough parts of a big city, have every reason to complain, be afraid of men, saw shootings. And those women are far more likely to be pro-men, not be afraid of men, and more so with young boys because should be more empathy. Their brains aren't developed. Hey, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do it. Yet the women who grew up in very comfortable environments with money are usually much more feminism. A woman can absolutely be better than a man at chess. No, she can't. All things being equal, a man will be superior. The very best man will be far more impressive than the best woman in most objective pursuits. On average, a man will be more creative, more persistent, more resourceful, more focused. Every variable, aside from possibly controlling his temper, when it comes down to it, and it has to last for a long period of time and it hurts, a man will win, Jennifer. A man will win. A man had the same opportunities. He's the 10th most talented in chess. There were a way to prove that versus the 10th most talented woman at the same age. In the long run, the man's going to win. And if the woman finds a way to keep up, she's going to want to start a family. And a lot of girls, as they get older, see their friends having kids. I'm the best lawyer at my firm. It's killing me. I'm done with it to the point I'm willing to say things like this. Yeah, dang, they're just keeping a woman. People would have been mean. Men might have made hateful jokes. But it would never get to fuck him or fuck her and everything about her and her life. Hey, she's doing drugs. She almost overdosed. Hey, she's cheating though. No, she's not. She's cheating. Stop. It's a woman. I'll call and make sure she's breathing. Yeah, shouldn't do that. You will never understand what it's like to be a man, Jennifer. You will never understand. And people like you have killed so many Daniel Naradiskis. And I feel so alone in this world to read articles from people like you, who have either directly or indirectly killed a lot of men with similar traits to Daniel Naradiski. Like I said, the casino was nice to me. Some chess people called it out, bucketed men with the Alejandro Ramirez guy who was a pedophile, basically, apparently. Molested young girls. Though I still feel good, I felt good today. I don't really care. Have to be merciless, Magnus Carlsen. You have to be merciless. It doesn't matter if your opponent plays a good game. It doesn't matter if Daniel Naradiski is about to die. You do the same thing to Hans Niemann. It doesn't matter. I will win. Now you had your end game, and you failed to turn it around. So you were a loser. Move on. I ranted about the Naradiski and Niemann cases because I spent a lot of time playing chess, and I'm impressed by the chess people, so I follow a lot of the stories. I've sat inside this phone booth for sometimes days at a time since COVID lockdown playing chess. It's gotten unhealthy, and after the Naradiski death, damn, this isn't smart of me. They didn't help me. The casinos helped me. I should walk my dog, get to work, and be a crap stealer. And I will be a crap stealer in 3 weeks. I played less online chess. I'm still struggling. It's all I think about. If my rating drops below a certain number, I can't enjoy anything. A few days in crap school, I'm sitting there so tired after chess and working the previous night. This is not how you show gratitude for the opportunity to learn a new game. And I've really tried hard to not play chess on my breaks because not everyone gets to learn craps. If I make great strides in chess, get to 1800 while working, taking care of my dog. When some family told me, one family member, didn't you have a mental problem over and over and over during COVID lockdown? I just sold my house, and all the tech jobs are going to AI. And a few girls I matched with on dating apps. Others I met at karaoke. Anytime I got to what do you do? What are you going to do for your career? And I even mentioned the YouTube or the chess or why I moved to St. Louis. Some were nice, some literally laughed like I'm an idiot. All right, no more dancing. That duet, no. He's a child. He's crazy. And my dog Nova, on my worst days, was there to greet me, home alone for 12 hours when I had to pick up some extra time for holiday shifts, sitting right where I left her after 12 hours. I hadn't even fucking drank water for me to come home. That's loyalty. And why would I waste my life worrying about chess? Or after watching Tyler Wong get his ass kissed for talking shit on the best players on the planet. I could do that. I could be Magnus Carlsen, bro. Your life has no value, bro. Man, he makes Hans Niemann look like Jesus Christ. And you just praised him. I think you got a little bit of attention during the pandemic. You'll do anything to get it back. You'll hurt anyone. Screw your friend over. I don't like them. Got some 2,000-ish rated players I befriended at the club that help me when they have time. And I'll always respect grandmasters. Yeah, I don't need that shit. I'll be at the casino and I'll play chess as much as I can without too much stress because I enjoy it. apologize to anyone whose feelings I might hurt with my opinions. If I had time to go back through all my lives, which are strictly to document my chess journey against cheating accusations, if I could go back through and take out certain pieces where I said something that is not nice, I'd probably do that. But life is short. I'm running out of my very best mental years. And just know COVID lockdown was a very hard time for me. I'm convinced had I not said some of those hateful things, hateful depends on your definition, I would be dead. I'd be overdosed. I'd be in prison. Please take what I say with a grain of salt, or just don't watch me at all. Unless you're suspicious of my online chess improvements, then I promise you the game's streamed somewhere. Don't accuse people with no evidence. I blew that second game. I mentioned I'm tired. Surely I didn't miss that bishop g7 move. Bishop takes on g7. Maybe I did. It's a short game. I was walking out knowing I had winning chances, just exhausted. Man, why did I do this? I should quit. But I remember my first streams, the very first episode. Me and my friend Andrew watched Daniel Narodaisky play 3-minute rapids. I didn't know what a blitz game was. Thought it was just a shorter rapid. Thought they were all rapids. And people need to talk. If one side thinks they're right because they speak louder and longer, the silent majority will wake your asses up to a new world, like what happened in 2024. Think you can just call it out, Jennifer, because you're one woman and you had some bad experiences, and not have a very calculated plan if you have to go to that extreme to ensure girls don't think they need to do it too. He looked at me, girls support girls. Jennifer said he's bad. Ruin his life. You don't want people who think everything I just said to come out of the woodworks. You think you have numbers because you can start an Instagram page and call a man a misogynist without giving the name of his name, but giving so much detail. Everyone in chess is going to know who it is. Master level player, she's getting her master title. What rating is that for a man? Okay, what location? There's a picture of her with the quote over her face. I know who it is. Oh, that's that guy. Hey, he's got a girlfriend, really likes him, really thinks he's a nice guy. Did anyone tell her he did that? Yeah, try to get him broken up. What if he was analyzing the position? What if it was me next time? What if he was guilty of being a misogynist? Well, there isn't a single woman within 100 points of the tier 2 of men, which is Hans Niemann. Not a single one. Not one. Well, if they had equal opportunities, then there would be one. No, because Hans Niemann didn't have equal opportunities. I doubt Hans Niemann is the very most talented. Maybe he is. He didn't have opportunities for 2 years. No invites. Blacklisted. Had to pay grandmasters for one-on-one games. And he's still there. He's still 100 points better than the best woman in the world. Yet you want to call it out and accuse men of being the reason women are so much worse at chess on average. Get one. Look what happened when Hans Niemann didn't complain. I hate it. But as a man, you have to do that. Or you have to, maybe Hans Niemann was experimenting with substances a little bit to get through that time. And he had some close experiences to death. You don't know. No one knows what you went through. Well, your anal beads, buzz. But he's my friend. No. He played my sister for a date. Yeah, because we were friends. Buzz. But all right, fine. He's probably not cheating. He's actually pretty good at chess. You got to get at least one woman in that Hans Niemann category. And I don't mind to change my tune with evidence. I just don't like women going to social media and doing exactly what led to Naroditsky's death, even if they're correct on the individual man doing something he shouldn't have. The next man might be Daniel Naroditsky. And you don't know me. You don't know how I was before COVID lockdown. He's an asshole, but he's always been this way. Don't go at a man's mom. The only thing worse than going at a man's mom while he's hurting is going after a man's family once he's dead. And Kramnik's doing that. Thank you, Daniel, for making chess fun. It's unfortunate that it takes tragedy to force us to change. And I was walking out. I was just happy I lost. I enjoyed chess. Met a few new people. And I'll continue to do that. Lastly, I'm going to max out my rap rating, but I went to my friend's funeral not too long before COVID lockdown. Mental health is a complicated field. We should not tell the next man to do what the previous man did. We should not tell the next man to cope in the ways that led to another man's death because we feel bad or we wish the system were different. You should be vulnerable. You should feel okay. We should fix this. The next man, no, yeah, be vulnerable. But if I do that, they'll kick me harder. And there was no punishment for Kramnik. So they'll do it again, or someone else will do it. And that's the type of advice. I don't know about chess women. I think chess women should run for every seat in the Senate, the presidency. I think chess women are here to save the world. But he just said all those things. And yeah, you should give men a chance because people who talk like me probably don't just stare at your ass and say, yeah, you're good at chess. Oh, yeah, I have to include you. Okay, I might stare at your ass, but I would actually help you. All those things I said, if a young girl was getting attacked or was going to quit chess and I could do something, I would. Men who talk like me are far more likely to be on your side and actually care than, well, I guess Kramnik types or corporate types who say all the right things. Yeah, we believe it. Yeah. All right, how many do we have to put on our executive team? 2. All right, well, those 2 spots, I guess. Yeah, but women are equal. You can be the CEO. John's next. Then it's going to be Matt. And we'll stop there. You don't want those men. You do not want those men. And after my friend's suicide, seeing how people reacted, it was the first time I decided I could talk about mental health specifics a little bit. And when I heard the terrible advice that arose from my friend's suicide, the emotional advice that's going to kill other men with good intentions. Okay, fine. And I intentionally acted so cold and just reviewed my chess game like nothing happened because that is how men feel every fucking day. That's how Naroditsky felt. It's life as a man. Yep, it happened. Yep, he wanted to die. Yep, you can't believe he was going through that. You can't believe. Yep. If you just talk to people, if you just say stop accusing people, Naroditsky dies. If you say anyone who accuses another without evidence should get in a car wreck. Oh, you can't say that. You wanted to save your friend's life. How bad do you want it, ladies? And even if a man is suspicious, there's not probable cause to dig. With AI, we could literally, like a crime scene where a human is manually using yarn to connect different locations and times. He was there, and then there, and we have these suspects, like a game of Clue. It's just a bunch of yarn trying to solve the mystery, solve the murder or the crime. AI can be the connector now. I mean, everything about that individual in work, Zoom chats, emails. How long did he pause between sentences when he was typing? Was he nervous? Could he not find the right word? What do we know about him? He's innocent. He didn't do that. H-1B abuse. He didn't say sexually inappropriate things toward women. He didn't do that. If we stress him, maybe he has those views. If we stress him and just keep poking and poking, maybe he'll snap and say those things. But he didn't. So it's over. It's over. It's over. And we definitely don't trust him. We don't like him. It's over. Okay, but what if we could find something though that made what we did kind of sort of fair, you know, like a judge and a jury in our jurisdiction with the best lawyer after 7 years of torturing the would-be plaintiff into debt and sleep deprivation. What if he's really sleep deprived? There's no money left and is worried about his future. Like maybe 7 years later, people would believe that version. We just keep going and lying. Might have to forge some stuff, but by the time they find out it was forged, he'll already be blood dry and a different human, a mean person, the person we needed him to be. Oh, how do we do that though? AI says here's a false but believable narrative. He said this, or she was here at age 19 and shouldn't have been. That was a joke. But maybe it was literal, actually. Thanks for finding that, robot. How did you find that? Just invaded privacy. That's all I did. Just text message. Bring your own device. I can read the text messages. No, but it's a private text. Oh, I know. If his mom is worried about him, mom is worried. Well, that means he might be dangerous. It's possibly he's dangerous if his mom's worried about him. She didn't say what he was worried about. That's why we're calling with open-ended questions, fishing to exploit the motherly instinct to talk about and protect her son. He's worried. Okay, well, that's authorization to get the government involved. If the government's involved, we can use that text message because he's a threat. This is how corporate America operates. Now that text message is evidence. When he was 19. That's the type of shit they'll do to a man. And with women getting equal rights, totally fine. I hope in a few years, after all the changes kind of set in, the world hammers women who are guilty just as hard as men get hammered. Because once it happens a few times, you'll back off. But I don't like picking and choosing. I'm responsible for everything I just said. If I get fired from my job, I hope I get a chance to explain, because a lot of my female bosses are the best, hardworking people, toughest, protect me. On the very rare occasion a guest is not happy with losing, at least 2 of the 3 first pit bosses that come to mind that I would want in my corner, I'd want on shift, and they're all great, but tough women who had to work for everything they have. I'm not anti-women at all. Rough, hey, you don't talk to my dealer that way, sir. But I'm responsible for everything I said, and if it leads to termination or loss of opportunities, that's part of life. But I shouldn't get to, like you could argue, I shouldn't get to say those things without repercussions or without a woman, not wanting to associate with me or possibly fire me. That's fair. Women should not get to pick and choose either. You want equal rights? You want to be the CEO? I'll vote for you if you're the best presidential candidate we have, 2028. Most men are not going to find you sexy. And some of the men who would have married you and given you kids might rather avoid sex than to be dominated and be with the boss babe. But I support your right to be the boss babe. And if I had the influence, and even a woman I don't really like, or Jennifer Shahade, who's highly competent, well-spoken, if someone was messing with her opportunity to be the CEO, run for office, and I could help, I would. But if that's my first introduction to a celebrity or a smallish celebrity, just as an interesting niche. It doesn't even register. Is she pretty? If I just know she's a call it outer, I don't even know. If that was my first encounter, I knew of you before I heard your feminism bullshit. Maybe I would have thought you were pretty. I don't even know. It's and when they want to be the CEO, they want to call it out, but then they want fairness. They want Kramnik to pay for his crime. But the many women who accused good men who were innocent from 2020 to 2024, you get them, girls. You get them. Pick one. And part of the reason men feel so alone is because we are forced to pick. We are forced to decide on a lot of things. Women can play the middle or be on both sides and just jump around. And that's why women do not take their own lives or engage in behaviors that are high risk at the same rate men do. I'm not that good at chess, but I like chess, and it got me through the pandemic. I feel better, except for I really hope I didn't do that. I probably did because I was running low on time. I just see you running away from me. But your rooks aren't connected. Jeez. Sleep. Okay. Chess is hard. Life is hard. Why not combine the two? Just make this miserable, beautiful existence doubly painful. Oh, and as a man, you can't have good intentions either. I try to not necessarily be extreme or different, but I state my views in a dramatized way so they get heard or considered. Hopefully, you can't just talk calmly as a man. And if a lot of people heard what I just said, he's just wanting to pick a fight. Dayton is actually all about himself. He didn't really care about his friend's suicide. He didn't really care. Just trying to get attention. Using it for clicks. Name your selfish motive. But women are more likely to be viewed as genuine. She's a good person. She's a good person. Similar to how when a man commits the same crime as a woman, let's take violence. Of course, most of the time, a woman would not be able to severely beat up a man in a romantic relationship. But I mean, it happens every now and then. So let's say the kid, there was abuse to a child. It was proven a woman committed the same amount and severity of violence toward a child. This is not my opinion. The man will get a much worse sentence for the exact same crime. A much worse sentence. And the decision makers on his case are exponentially more likely to not believe him. I mean, I didn't do it, or I was here, but no, I didn't do that. It was somebody else. I would never do such a thing. No, a woman could get off for it. A man's going to jail for a long ass time. It's just reality. So I could argue when a man is falsely accused, even if he ends up getting his name cleared, it takes longer because people are going to believe the woman. It's going to cost him a lot more. There are very few women of this generation. They're not bad, but who would stick with a man in a horrible defamation case. And we'll see if he wins the case. But nah, it's too much. Life's short. Sorry. And if enough men die and enough of the many good women say, hey, we can't do this, and maybe it'll get fixed. But until then, I'm just going to play chess in isolation and be somewhat happy about it. Yep, I see. I need to nab that before I nab that. I just know there's going to be a lot of nabbing going on in this chest laboratory. Okay, so that wins. Here. That's no good. So I'm either here. I could technically go there. Problem is, you'll pin it on the check. That's the way to do it. Pretty simple. Should be enough to win these two. Yeah, fine. Looking good for me. Looking wonderful. Isn't life just so happy at all times? I'm ecstatic. If it slides, I'm just going here. Probably going here anyway. Looks good. What can you do? What can you do? Oh, okay. So if I'm here, and then you try to use that pin, I'll give that a check. To keep you from going up. Oh. No, that's not right. Because here you get hit with that. Maiden. So here and then when that pollen. You're joking. Exactly what I mean. Grandmasters are the top of the food chain. International masters are amazing. International masters are like AAA baseball players. They're almost there. And a lot of times the issue is a little bit of mental and consistency, but not necessarily ability or chess knowledge. It's an amazing player, like a AAA baseball player. Just haven't quite found a way to sustain that level of play for an entire season at the highest level, but you see glimpses of greatness. Double A, single A, like Masters. Like most humans, I prefer to believe my ideas are quality, even when they're probably not. You don't know me. You didn't know who I was before or anything about my views before I had social media, which I mostly got social media after COVID. Our experiences shape us. But since we can learn something from anyone, I recommend approaching life how I just opened this stream. I hope I didn't hurt anyone's feelings. It's not anything more hateful than what Tyler One has said about these players. And I would still ask for Jennifer Shahadi's autograph, which is exactly why I wanted to get into chess business in the first place before that Hans Niemann bullshit. They do it to me. We're in America. India is running away with the gold medals because ain't nobody talking to Vishy's kids like that. Ain't nobody screwing with their opportunities, even if, yeah, that might not be my best one. Yeah, maybe he's got an attitude problem. We're working on that in India. We're gonna work on that with Arjun. We don't like how he handled that interview, but we will work on it, and you bet he will be better and more professional for the next interview. But in America, we just take away our young players' opportunities. They're not going to get a chance to try again, and we're going to get our asses kicked. And promoting people like Tyler One while isolating our best athletes like Neiman, I'm telling you, America's toast. But corporate America, I thought I had some not best friends, but people who would be cool, maybe even do some things on the weekends with. Never again. It's a me problem. Also, my time was wasted. I don't completely disagree with a don't lead someone on if he or she isn't meant for a job in corporate or meant to be an actor. Tell him. Don't let him play his guitar on the street corners. Now sometimes it takes that level of delusion to make it, and that ends up being Morgan Wallen. But he's not that good on guitar. His bar chords are ringing. My bar chords don't ring that often, especially when I've got a good instrument. But we're doing him a favor. We're killing his dreams, or we're firing him so he can find his path. You can rationalize anything. But when I was a naive kid and I didn't know how the world works, I met most of those people. They treated me more like a kid or their own son, I guess, than just trash to be discarded. And so I won't have friends at work. And I would have respected them a lot more had they talked to me or about me the way I just described how I viewed Jennifer Shahadi and the Call It Out movement. Not saying you're wrong. I certainly don't think you're a bad person or you have bad intentions. I'm saying it's not your fight. You won't be able to fight for girls when it's time to play over the board. So if you want them to get as good as they can at chess, you can't fight their battles because it's cheating if you try to do that over the board. So you're not helping them. And even if I were completely wrong, at least you know not to waste your time on me. Stay out of each other's way. And I hope every American girl becomes a grandmaster. I'm not wasting anyone's time. I thought he was going to be pro women always. I thought he was going to, Dayton was going to get on board with us that women can be as good as men in every endeavor. And you need to show me. Probably not. For many reasons. They don't want it the way Hans Niemann wants it. If you put almost any woman through that, I'm telling you, they're not going to do it. Men don't matter. Hans Niemann doesn't matter as a man. Even people like me who thought that was such bullshit. And when everyone thought Hans Niemann would never get to play again, he would just be a 60th rated player who fizzles out and goes to college. There are streams of me saying, hey, I don't know him. I'm no angel, but I know I was liked and invited to all the events until I got better at my job. And company leaders talk about strive for excellence, but then it's corporate politics. You don't rub us the wrong way. Proposed ideas, we're swimming upstream, but we're going to make an example. Give me a break. And so I was really feeling for Hans Niemann, but as much as I felt like it was crap, man, he's 19. I was 24, 25 when I started figuring it all out, and I wasn't an athlete, so I would have had to just go to another job. I was a normal dude. I didn't get a taste of being an elite athlete and getting treated like one. I didn't work my whole life to compete at the highest level like Hans Niemann did. So it was way worse for poor Hans. But had Hans overdosed due to being falsely accused, isn't that what we're talking about? It's just so severe. We need new ideas. We need to not be so politically correct and actually do what it takes to make change. But Dayton, he can't say that. Let's either call it out or start another petition. But he can't say that. You need to take away his USCF membership. I'm telling you, that's why America's going to get our ass kicked. Not just in chess. But I wouldn't have lost too much sleep if Hans Niemann quit chess or unfortunately overdosed. I don't know him. But I can still respect good chess players for their ability to disagree on things. And that would be an industry I'd like to be in. Because I can still respect Jennifer Shahade as a chess player, as a chess teacher, while thinking she's completely wrong in her approaches. And she's hurting young girls far more than Andrew Tate is. I strongly believe that, and I believe I could prove that. No, I love young girls. That's why I'm not saying you don't. I'm saying the result of Jennifer Shahade's actions is far more severe overall to girls than Andrew Tate, because it will turn men to extremes, and it will amplify the loud voices she's trying to silence while shoving the good men into a corner. Men who would have been good husbands. But I had my time wasted in the corporate world. I wish they would have just told us, hey, if you don't do what it takes, you're fucked. And we'll go to Christmas parties. If your mom's in town, bring her onto the office. Bring your mom on in. Hope she's doing well. Yeah, I remember when you interned. She's welcome. She can get a badge and just come say hi. Go to lunch with. I mean, that's this type of friendliness that exists. But now that you're an adult, I mean, 2 years removed from the internship, 3 years removed from internship age. That's not a kid, but I'm not a VP shit. And during COVID lockdown, I can't read facial cues. I don't know what's going on. Not my job to know immigration law. You're going to do that. I wish they would have just told me from day one. That's how we work. No, we can't do that. You can't just blatantly, explicitly say everything about how corporate America operates. I think you absolutely can. I also wasted my ex-girlfriend's time. I would never do that again. As soon as I realized the corporate stuff wasn't going to work out, and that's what she wanted, I should have just, all right, I can't do it. Not at this stage of my life. This life is Short, I'm still young. This is not going to happen unless I have no other option. I should have started with that. She wouldn't have moved. She wouldn't have had to help pack the boxes. So now I'm a little bit too blunt. But at least we won't waste each other's time, huh? Okay, so I just wrecked the phone. 3.0. A new peak. Or not a new peak. For 2200. But just the fact the opponent can't figure out the king has to go back. There's only 2 squares it can go to. If you're new to chess, it can't stay on the 5th rank. And it can't go up because think 2 moves ahead is getting checked. It can't continue to go up. And it can't go back because the rook just checked and controlled the 5th. How do you do that with time on your clock? It's not a bullet game. And this is the 99.9 percentile of all online chess players. I beg to differ. I took a round 2 bye in hopes to, hey, mister, some grandmasters. Never knowing there's going to be a grandmaster waltzing through. You want to have some free time available in case they're around. But during that game, since the grandmaster was giving a group lecture, and I couldn't one-on-one with the grandmaster, I couldn't fangirl the grandmaster, show him my games, and talk about me. Talk about you more, but I just want to show you my game, man. Or woman. There's female grandmasters. But I just went and watched board 1. I tried to count. And then the short time control is amazing. Every second really matters. The stronger you get and the shorter the game. So I tried to count board 1 and 2, which I think 2 was kind of slightly stronger than me, but board 1 was a lot stronger than me. I was trying to count how much time they took between each move until they castled. And for the next 3 to 5 moves, and so the start of the middle game, I was trying to see what they were doing. I think the candidate moves, that was 5 seconds there. What was he looking at? It was 5 seconds. And I just have so much respect for that level of player, which that level of player at board 1 today, very far from an international master. Not too far off from a master. Still a long ways from like highways and highways away from an international master. An international master is states away from grandmaster territory. These people are just really, really good. But they're really, really good over the board players, like who had board 1 in my event. I have a high level of respect for them. I think they're intelligent, must have some natural talent, and they've worked very hard. And those 2 were young adults, so they still have some time, maybe a little less than a decade younger than me. But they would squash me over the board and probably online. Well above middle of the pack players in St. Louis, like board 1 today, they ain't scaring grandmasters. Not going to be the grandmaster, even with time odds. Nope, they're not near the top 20 in St. Louis. And in some states, they might be around 20th best. Not in Missouri. And for anyone online to get praised for being a little better than me, when I know people who are working, and I think one guy's gotten married recently, is fluctuating in the low to mid 2000s over the board. He'll get to 2100 soon. But for Tyler 1 to get attention, and those 2 athletes at board 1 today, for no one to know their names, no one knows who they are in the chess entertainment world. Nobody's throwing them fucking flowers to stream their games, even though they're 10 times more impressive than Tyler. And to see the most influential streamers just praise Tyler like he's God, you need to go interview board 1. You need to wait outside my tournament. You need to fucking interview board 1. Because to get as good as they are, I don't know their stories, but they spent a decade or close to it. I guarantee you that decade of proper training, not just playing online manically like I have since COVID. A decade. They're good. They love chess because they keep showing up, and I know they're not profiting. Some tournaments in St. Louis, they might win some if the grandmasters don't show up, but if the grandmaster shows up at any tournament in St. Louis, players at that level who are the best in my event, they know they're not winning any money because the Grandmaster's here. They're not going to beat a Grandmaster. And they still show up for no likes, for no money. And I love it. And I hate that people like that don't get interviewed. You want to get Emily plays chess, and nothing against her. We should always take advantage of our opportunities in life. Good for her. She's pretty. She's smart. She's well spoken. Promote her. But you need to promote board one today too, because it was a special game. And I'm not perfect, but I don't want to be around people who are going to pay or spoil newcomers just because they can get some likes, get some eyeballs to chess, which really you're just getting eyeballs to pretty women in a lot of cases. You're not growing the game. To grow the game, you'd want to go to board one and you want to interview the people who are on board one today. Why do you do it? Why do you still show up? It's that high level of play. That takes a lot of stress. You're still quite a ways away from Grandmaster, and you're not going to make a living unless you overcome a couple more plateaus, which you'll have to have help from a coach. Are you willing to travel to Europe? Hey, I just love chess, and here's why. I like their stories. And for chess business people, they're just a little too corporate for me. You overthink it. And I overthink things when I care about them too, but I got to the point where I don't care about chess, so you should listen to my advice there. You think you got to have a newcomer, have an adult start from scratch. And if it's someone like me who's really about it and I've played stupid amounts, and I definitely have the type of brain for chess, and maybe you see how good I can get, and you don't claim me, so I'm not a brand risk, but hey, as a player, let's see what we can turn them into. If we can shut them up, but also if we can't shut them up, that's a good interview that'll get views. I'd be a hell of an interview. I'd be Hans Niemann like in an interview. But how does it not occur to you that it would be acceptable, if not better, just show up at board one and interview my board one, or my board one peers? They don't do it. They don't do it. Maybe in part because the personalities who are at board one today. Nah, no one wants to hear my story. Dayton's a psycho who needs to get a wife and quit hanging out in a phone booth, but there aren't that many Daytons. Yeah, but listen to how I talk about it. Listen to how I talk about it. If you talk about it like that, they'll want to know about board one. Board one at a really good amateur event. Throwing people bones to get into chess. If they really take it seriously as part of a challenge, like Tyler One did, to his credit, and they make it their thing and no one's telling them to do it, that's kind of a cool, relatable story. It might motivate people to play the game. But I would just quit, bringing streamers who don't really love chess into the sport so they can interview Fabiano Caruana. And oh wow, he's beating me so yeah, it's gonna happen. He's gonna beat everybody because he's one of the strongest grandmasters. I mean, it's cool that they're trying. I just have Fabiano Caruana surprise us. Hell, if he walked in mid-round and blew my focus, signed some autographs, that'd be pretty cool. That'd be good content. Make a deal with USCF. Hey, spoiler alert, we're bringing a camera crew and Caruana or whoever, Hikaru, they're going to come. We're just going to film the reaction for YouTube. Well, that's going to make some of the players mad. That's okay. Give them all wins. We got to grow the game. Fuck it. Surprise, surprise, look who it is. I'm in an end game. Holy crap. That's pretty cool. And when Caruana stops by, make sure he interviews board one and asks them why they haven't quit. Because stupid shit blows up on YouTube. And content creators who are not nice every day, not nice, don't speak well, don't put in their best effort on appearance, don't play an instrument, get rich. You take that same type of enthusiasm a lot of mindless content creators do to their craft, to board one. That'll grow your game. If nothing else, I won't have to awkwardly, slowly form friendships. So they'll tell me their stories. Just recording the YouTube video. I'm going to walk my dog. While I'm doing so, let's admire American sensation and future of chess, Hans Niemann. Don't defame American workers. Do not. Dayton, who are you? Think you're going to stop it on your own? No, that's him talking. I took the abuse and I'm ready for more. I won't quit. I have every right to complain. I have every right to be bitter. But I won't only defend my reputation. I will stand on the battlefield as a soldier, occupying the entire enemy army. What is he, Gen Z? So Gen Alpha, Prodigy. So Andy Woodward and his peers will not go through what I went through. I will be a villain. I will be whatever you want me to be. You could even call me the Joker, but unlike the Joker, I won't laugh at others' pain. I will protect good young men from what Magnus Carlsen did to me. And I hate saying did to me because I'm no victim. I love it. I need it, Magnus. I need it. But America doesn't care because I hold the keys to American chess. And I hold the keys to American chess business. You soon will, Hans. You very soon will. Because life isn't fair. Jelly Roll had felonies. He turned out to be a pretty good dad, pretty good artist, helped a lot of people. We can apologize for our mistakes. But if you have a personality, along with intelligence, knowledge, you can sell. Hans Niemann didn't say some outrageous but pretty clever stuff. Well, it would be just another reason chess doesn't go mainstream. But you punish and you kick out the exceptions. The exceptions are what you need. You need Hans Niemann. And you need to go take a microphone and a camera crew to board one of my amateur tournaments. Not because I'll be sitting there. Because I beat my ass. And they're good stories. As far as America goes, going to board one of my tournaments, where it's a 2000-ish level player, 800 points less than Magnus Carlsen. Well, guess what? America would care about them more than Magnus. 2000s, so he'd be blindfolded every time. Okay. I'm never getting a job in chess. So, I'm going to go back on that. some piano music. I want my puppy. Open it up. Oh, you okay? Let's go, Spike. Let's go. Come on. Okay. It's a small world after all. The Sherman Brothers, is that who it is? It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. It's a small world. Someone's leaving. Closing out 2200. Drew one, lost one chess game. Chess.com seems to have added features and moved my buttons. There's no library or analysis tool on this left sidebar anymore. I don't like change, but some of these features are kind of good. Making it more comprehensive like Lichess. All the time control, everything here. No. Missed opportunity there. No, that's not it. Nah. That's my draw. Wasn't that in there? I didn't add it? Yeah, I did. Okay. Would appear I didn't. I'll write it down after I'm done streaming. I fell a lot. It's pretty good though. Pretty good tool. Wow. Marco Polo. Rating system. See, so he's 625th in California. It's about where I'd be in California. It's a big world. I'm only a small chess fish, a very large pawn. A very large pawn. Haha. Get it? Not pond. I got chess jokes for days. Oh, they already rated it? Wow. See, this hurts. This hurts. This hurts. If I win that game, I'm back right at my peak. And you saw the difference. It's just me paying attention and using my clock so I have time to not tell myself. Can't believe I lost that game. And it's all about swings. If he loses that game to me and I just make that bishop move, which is an easy to find move, he's not 1670. He's 1620, 1630, maybe 1630. So you got to show up, be consistent, and keep playing. You can't take breaks. That gets harder with age, of course. Win 9, lost v2. And he beat 13. Why is he even playing? Okay. That's okay. I'll be back. wins 17. See, those are the ones you got to take advantage of. He got his wins against, well, I guess 15-22 wasn't bad. Gosh. Yeah, so you just playing ignorant stuff. I don't even know why. I would think this is remotely acceptable. And how I know I'll be 1800. I'm gonna play the Sunday rated shorter games. Once my crap stealing class is over, I'll be rested. I'll start doing the weekly nights again, and I'll try to attend the monthly open and actually play in the open section. But that move's automatic. I mean, as soon as I don't even. I just saw a pin and I had to move my queen. I'm telling you, craps is intense. I'm done. I'm done. And this is why adults won't become grandmasters. It's of course harder anyway, but you're not going to find the time or someone that is incentivized to dedicate the time necessary to master chess as an adult. I would never give my dog away, but I did think about it when COVID lockdown kept going on. My gosh, my life is going to be so good once this ends. But I can't do anything with this dog. I got Nova from her shelter, from the shelter I volunteered at. So they're my friends. I helped with their website. And they were very, very good people. Loved their dogs. And I would have to bring Nova back to my friends at the shelter, and I would never. I've got too much pride, and I love my dog. If I didn't have that dog, I'd be at the club right now. My move would have been simpler. I'd had more money saved. And most adults, of course, have human kids or will soon have human kids. I just have a dog, and it's enough to make life tough. That is why adults will not master chess or even try. Gotcha. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. That's such a missed opportunity. Don't ever give up. In a chess game, in real life, don't defame the person or it'll be your last straw. In a chess game, you should keep fighting. What did I do? Yeah. Should ask for an extra day. I should ask for a 6th day of crap stealing class this week. And still, can't believe myself. And of course, I'm not assuming that. I'm just pre-moving. I'm out of it. All right, pass is dead. Gotta be better. Life will get a lot easier, a lot more time. But I'm not trying to be a crap stealer. But crap stealing is my priority over chess. Tell the girl at the exit check, please. I am 30 years old, still young enough. This is the age where the more optimistic grandmasters say at 30 it is not too late. It's not too late to start chess at 30. I've heard a few say it. And I obviously have a good foundation. I'm far from a beginner. Start at 30 and you go all in, find an opportunity to train like grandmasters did when they were kids. You might be able to do it if you have some talent. But any older than that, it doesn't matter if you're Magnus Carlsen. 30, yeah, you better get going. So, not too late. Done a lot of things stupid. Got a dog. No excuses. But it's hard to make chess your priority. I'm not going to rant anymore or tell the truth / be hateful. These days it all blends together, right? The truth is hateful. We should fix reality. What do I know? The monthly tournament, I think it's 2 weekends. So I'll play the Open in classical time control, probably get my ass kicked pretty good. But I'll show up there confident with a fighting spirit. And on the Sunday rated games, I will be consistent until I reach 1800, which I can't imagine will be that long. It's 1624 now. I'm going the wrong direction. But we'll get it all straightened out. Let's gambit some stuff. It's gambited. Don't tell me I'm not a proper chess person. I know a verb. When I make one up. And it's simply gambited. Okay, that seems silly. Because now what I'll do first is I'll move you. Let me just slide you over. Can't go here, of course. That'll work. That's a better move. Hmm? You're incompetent. It's a you problem. It's definitely not a me thing. Might be. No, we're gonna win. We're gonna win the game. Here, then here, and I don't get anything. So let's go here, and then develop sure. And you're gonna go here. And you can slide it. It's probably not good. Duh. Might even be better, but I still have the same outcome. If I go this route, there's no harm in this. Well, there's harm in that. From here, if I go there, and I'm gonna go here. I wouldn't. Shit. I just lack focus. Wow. That's a missed opportunity right there. Now I'm trying to draw. Jeez. Well, I probably did make the right moves though. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be very difficult. If I can get in there and then possibly blockade that pawn, I'll probably be in great shape. No, I won't, because I have to do it now. No. It's going to get hairy. So why did that take me any time at all to figure that out? I have been blessed with so much more than I deserve. I thank God for all I've been given. At the start of every day, I have been blessed. Woo! There's the obvious talent gap. But I also do my puzzles. $21,000 in the world. It's beautiful. We're not gonna obsess over it. Right. I'm telling you though, I could get that board much better quality of play. It's a very different game. I could get it. I'm gonna be a dog dad. I'm gonna be an involved father. We live and we learn. Part of the problem with being an adult, trying stuff aside from the time commitments, our brain isn't as adaptable as it once was. You got to make a lot of mistakes at anything to be elite or even an expert performer in any field. You got to make a ton of mistakes. I know when the moves where I pat myself on the back, maybe against an opponent, right a little bit higher. That was nice. A lot of really good players wouldn't have saw that, and you saw that, Dayton. Good job. But it's because I fucked it up before. I can sometimes remember where I was sitting, what tournament, who I was playing, the rating I was at when I made that stupid mistake. And sometimes I made the mistake multiple times. And I'll have to make a bunch more mistakes as I improve more, because opponents will get better, positions will become more complicated, and mismatch pieces. On board one, black, who won the game. They were about equal ratings, slightly over 2,000. He had a rook. Or no, he had his 2 rooks. He had his knight and his dark bishop versus white, which white was disappointed to lose that game because equal strength, but he had the white pieces. You want to win. White had a queen and a lone knight. And I don't know. I think if I had got black's position when I really started watching every move of the game, I watched the open and the end. I didn't see a lot of the middle. I probably could have converted it. You get a nice lead and a safer king. But it's still an example of how end games come up at that level. Not clean, not nice and easy to understand. Not equal material, and advantages are rarely so cut and dry as I have 2 more pawns, or we have the same pieces, but yours is completely trapped behind your pawns. Like, no, it might not be as active, but it's a matter of evaluating things that are very much opposite each other, but it might be the same quality of position. Like, the position might be as good. It's just something you've never seen, or it's a combination of pieces. It's beautiful. But I think I could do it. If I get to 1800 while still working and having some life, I'll keep going. I'll get real serious. I'm only 30. Sam Shankland did a fabulous interview. They kind of were trying to be funny, but I think a lot of comics and more intellectual musicians respect chess. It's an art to them. So Daniel Tosh, I expected him to be decent, about like Daniel Negreanu's rating, but he's not. Daniel Tosh has no chess ability at all. But they're smart. They're smart and they're super clever, so they could probably make great strides. But Shankland is 34 years old now, so 4 years older than me. And Daniel Tosh closed the interview, which it was about an hour. It was a pretty good interview, talking about chess and Sam Shankland's career and how Sam Shankland felt when he was 22 versus his age now. And Sam is in that age group close to me, but a little worse for him as an athlete, because the very best years for a chess player arguably are you've lost maybe a little bit of your best youth brain, where it's fully developed now, but barely, and it's just firing all cylinders. He's a little bit past that. Maybe that's late 20s is when everything is firing in our brain the best, and then it fizzles out a little bit, maybe slightly before 30 into your early 30s. Noticeable decline in just that top tier intensity that our brain can just go. Caruana said when he was younger he could play video games all night and do his prep in the morning to show up and play at the highest level. And now that he's older, he's kind of got to sleep and stuff. And he's not old. Caruana, I think, is 33. But Shankland was in the mid 2700s, or mid I think he was mid 2700. I think he was at, what's Sam Shankland's peak? Sam Shankland was like 2740 or something. Peak VA. Peak VA was 2731. He was 21st in the world at that time. Okay, that's really fucking good. And now he's a little less than 100 lower than that. Shankland is, but he's 34, so he's going to try, because chess players are fighters, especially Americans. Go America, USA, USA. Well, I don't have my MAGA hat on. I just love my country. I support my fellow countrymen. Am I racist? Am I racist? I thought Sam Shankland was black. Just kidding. You don't have a Maurice Ashley jersey in my fucking closet. Then he's just a chess player. You can't notice color. He was the first black grandmaster. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I can be woke and still love my country. So Sam's going to try, but he had that COVID experience right in his very last prime years. Steph Curry's still playing basketball. I think he used LeBron James and Steph Curry. No, I think he uses LeBron James as the example. LeBron James is madness. And there's some other really good NBA players. If you're not into basketball, you might not know, like stars. Made a few all-star teams. DeMar DeRozan comes to mind. Amazing. Maybe Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler's pretty fucking good, but he's no LeBron James. So they can probably play into their mid-30s without worrying too much about their body falling apart or not being able to keep up. Those, not LeBron James, but the next tier. That's probably how Sam Shankland is. That's how he viewed himself. And from what I understand of chess, that's pretty accurate. He's definitely not Magnus Carlsen. No one is. But he could have beat anyone, including Magnus, any day when he was at his very best. So someone like Sam Shankland would play kind of like the Jimmy Butlers do. Not going to play till he's 40, like LeBron James is, but definitely a lot longer than the average career, which the average career in NBA, NFL, I think it's still 4-ish years, because a lot of guys are just, when it's that competitive and you got 19-year-olds trying to replace you and you got some 35-year-olds trying to hang around, and you got European guys that are coming over super skilled now. A lot of people can only hang in the NBA, even though they're top 0.001% of athletes in the world, for their very best 4 years. It's a combination of mental. They've seen all the defensive schemes. They've reacted to different coaching philosophies. They've learned how to play as a team. Ability, natural God-given ability isn't good enough at that level. You got to do everything right to be a role player for LeBron James. LeBron James has said there's only like 3 people that handle the ball primarily for any team. So that means 2 people. If you can sit in the corner and hit threes when I throw you the ball, and you can play pretty good defense, you can be worth $100 million in a couple of years. Not even handling the ball. Because very few people are needed to do that. But those guys that still make a lot of money, Alex Caruso comes to mind. He's 32 and he's on his downhill big time. They're doing real good to play in their 30s, because there's a 26-year-old that is hungry, injury-free, and ready to go for that 4-year sprint, knowing that's probably all he'll get. And those would be, international masters, 2,500 rated grandmasters who have really tried, and that's just the max their talent will take them. And Shankland, attributed his decline in rating, which is still exceptional, top 100 in the world probably, to COVID, which makes sense, taking up his best years. And he does a lot of writing. I don't know that he only focuses on chess. And Daniel Tosh, when Sam Shankland wasn't making the excuse, he was just acknowledging, when I was 22, I was different. I was a different chess player. Tosh goes, well, Magnus Carlsen is the best in the world, right? And Shankland goes, yeah. And Tosh goes, is Carlsen still the best player in the world? And Shankland said, no, yeah, pretty clear number 1. Finally, Daniel Tosh closes the whole interview with, Sam, how old is Magnus Carlsen? And I think Shankland, obviously he's a chess player. He's smart as shit. And I don't know, he was studying in college. He was in his finals when he got called to the Olympic team for the first time. But I don't know if he mentioned what he studied. I'm sure he did fine in school. But Shankland said Magnus Carlsen is 35, Daniel Tosh. And then Daniel Tosh said, and with that, Sam, I thank you. Basically saying, go America. You're 34, you're saying you're too old, but the best in the world, and by far the clear-cut number 1, is dominating. Going to be approaching his later 30s soon. So you got a few more years to go get it. And I want to use those years, my very last years, where I've got my most energy, and I'd like to have a wife and possibly start a family if the world doesn't go to shit. Wars don't escalate, AI doesn't take over. But I could be happy without doing that for at least another 5 years. About Sam Shankland's age, where I feel like if I'm making strides in chess, nobody's perfect. I say some things that aren't lovely. But no worse than Bobby Fischer, and you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't have a super agreeable person and then get mad. You know, hey, he doesn't present innovative ideas, things like everybody else. That's not going to grow chess. That's not going to put a new product into the market that changes the game. It's not going to keep us competitive with startups that are hungry. You just want someone agreeable, but why is he so normal? Or I'm not comparing myself to Elon Musk, but the example is true. I married Elon Musk. I love the ambition, but why didn't he come home on time? I had dinner ready. That's one of the things that annoys me the most. Because that's what you signed up for. And I'd kind of rather be happy. Just listen to me talk, I probably wouldn't be welcome in a lot of commentary scenarios, which is a shame because when I'm not in playing mode and I've rested, I'm not just rambling. I slow down, I listen well, and I've been told my voice carries as a, hey, Captain Kurt, as a commentator's voice should. And then I can actually follow and pick up on things with chess from the very best in the world. And already being a low 1600 level player over the board, which USCF and FIDE are similar. I can't play the longer time controls because I'm working and shit. I can't let my dog home that long. But I'm assuming I'm going to be about 1600 FIDE if I could play those time controls. And then if I could be around it, I would make those jumps. But unless I just hit a hard stop, I just can't find a way to overcome a plateau over the board. And then I try to take a private lesson and attend some lectures, and I still can't. And that's actually my level. Like Hikaru says, that's your level, which I don't think I'll hit that for a long time. I'm going to get to my 1800 number, and I'm going to use the remaining years where my brain is at its best or pretty damn close to see what we can do. Forgive myself for the past, and COVID was a science experiment for all of us. And if nothing else, I can get more than good enough to justify investment and belief in future projects that are more like me when I started chess, a little younger, but without COVID lockdown to just interfere with everything and make every part of learning more difficult, isolating, harder to communicate. 2167. I'm kind of knocking the door of 2200 here. That's all. Do that. Why don't you play that? You play that. No, you wouldn't, because then I'd play here. Okay. So that's pretty good. Seems necessary? No. Can't I do that? Why can't I do that? That wouldn't be there. Okay. Why can't I do that? Hmm? Maybe, well, no. Yeah, okay. That's unfortunate, isn't it? I have to do that. I don't love it. Hmm. Oh, man. So it's like death. Oh, yeah. Because here, and I have a threat. So that's not loose. It's not good. I'm not sharp at the moment. It's concerning. Hmm. Okay. Uh-oh. Don't get your king chase up the board. I made that way too easy on you. Man. Bad. Wow. Gosh. This is so bad. It doesn't matter. How did this happen? Fuck. Wait for cheap stuff. The rook has to take, otherwise I'd start giving my king pawns away, and that's death. Nice. What are you doing, dude? guess it's just even, yeah. Sure. Okay. Yeah. No, we're okay because the queen would have to take first, so that won't just be met with takes. You too, Captain. I knew on a vacation. I forgot Captain was on the stream. My chest armor's gonna quit. My chest armor's gonna quit. Okay. It just looks like a pawn. It would appear to be a pawn. I'm going to press shove my pawns. I really am. I really am. Bishop d5. Then I can put my bishop back to e if I want, or to g6. Bishop is down that diagonal. You don't really want to defend it with a rook. Wouldn't make much sense to them. This looks good. Okay, so here, hit with that, and I'll get checked. Not a problem until that happens. So the opponent's giving up here. Music master, you should go play your instruments. Okay, here. Either way, I'm going to check you. That rook sack is probably coming. Mr. Timothy from New Hampshire, how are you? It's the rook. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's my peak, I believe. Oh my gosh. I deserve that. Just have some focus. My gosh. Be a good move. And now you have to play there. You have one move. Only one option here. If you're not finding that right away, maybe I can get a cheap comeback and not get punished for my lack of focus. That'd be great. I mean, you don't see it immediately. What are you looking at? That's the question. What are you looking at, right? Wow. Okay, so is that just hope? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Let's win a game we don't deserve here. No, I can't do that because you have made. Oh, man. Here. And then it's made. Dang, Dayton. Okay. This is a problem. Okay. Oh, shit. My goodness. A lot of ways you can kill me. Are you picky? Are you picky how you want to kill me? Seems like you are. I wouldn't. I'm in top 40,000. Oh, crap. Don't log out of your game. Oh, no. Yep. Let's not blunder a piece. Out of the gate. That'd be a good start. You're not in good shape. Okay. Boom. 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 I can't take it. But I can go here. No, I can't go here. Every time I can go here. Yeah, I can do that. No, I can't. It's here. There. They're still made, so I can't do that. No shit. Okay, so when you're here, I would have to resort to that. There's a lot of pawns, but we're going to be pretty safe. Yep, we're going to make it. Okay. Doesn't look great. Yeah, it looks real bad for you, actually. Probably not. Looks promising. Here, there's a pin, which means that fork would be true, so you wouldn't want to slide up. That would blunder the game. I would consider. You guys see that's not an option immediately, which leaves you with one move, which is the dark square. No, that's not the move. That's not the move. And for a few reasons. One, it wouldn't be the move anyway. And two, I'm going to get your queen now, just in a different manner. How do these people get rated in the 2100s? Unbelievable. Okay. I'm gonna get my. I don't think I'm gonna mess with my bullet ever again. Bullet is just too. It's not too fast. I can handle it. I'm in a 2105 in bullet, and I stopped. Online chess is not only about controlling our spirals, which I've not been good at, but I'm getting better. It's the final piece of my online pie. Online chess. We should look at an athlete's peak. Oh, but Tyler 1 spiraled back down. Tyler 1 got to 1960, and though we should never talk bad or even joke about the best athletes in the world. That's just a pawn. I don't like that Tyler 1 makes jokes at the expense of grandmasters. It's just dumb. No, it's not just a pawn. Dayton, stop talking. He did get to 1960, and I have to give him some respect for that. And if I were to downward spiral, which again, I've got my habits under control now. I really think I do. Look at the person's very best. It's a lot easier to play at your very best. When we're over the board, or we have some incentive to lock in for one game. And also some chess players teach online with their online accounts, so it might not be at their top strength. Trying to show a student something. have to take right here. But here, what do I do? Yeah, well, I can start pushing your bishop back. So how do you fix this? How do you fix this? It's definitely fixable. It's definitely fixable. It's not the way to do it. Which knight is better? Because I have this pin and double pressure. You're not going to lose your queen, so I'll win this chess battle without much effort. Superior talent. Okay, so why not use this horse? So this horse can keep pressure there. Wow. Look at me plotting. I'm plotting on the enemies. A lot of musicians in the rap game say they plot on the hose, and a few of them scheme on the hose. Plotting, scheming, getting money. What song is that? It's the life for me. That's right for this thing. The opponent doesn't want the queen, and I'll oblige in enemies' fantasies. I think it's weird, but generation below mine grew up with TikTok, and you never know what they're into. You really just have no clue what their kinks are, and sometimes it's just losing the chess battle. I'm not going to fix that for them. It's not my problem. My assignment was, and forever will be to emerge victorious in chess battles. How are you going to do that, Dana? It doesn't matter. That's part of the fun. How I do it is completely irrelevant. It's better if I do it, and it's ugly. There's just further evidence that the chess gods chose me to show the world it's never too late. He's got to quit playing. He's no good. How did he win that? That was completely lost. I'm so sick of his dumb luck. It's not dumb luck. It's how the chess got scripted in my movie. He thinks he's the star of a movie that the chess got scripted. I mean, ask them about it if you don't believe me. Fine. Okay. Let's win. Fair and square. Somewhere between psychotic and iconic. But I stayed up, girl, I always stayed up. You don't ever later. That's 3 wins away. 3 wins away from a new award. Bishop E7, an underrated move, and not just a completely passive decision either. Underrated moves, black. I like that move, but I understand I'm not supposed to do it. F3 is going to get played less and less in positions like this. I'd say about right now, it's going to become noticeably more difficult to kill the king. Noticeably. Moves that weaken the king. Not good. Not good. Yeah, I guess so. That's fine. Did you follow that? I speak a unique language. It's called competence. I just happen to be fluent. So that can't come. You can try to mess with that. Which will I do in that case? So if I'm here, then you're here. Then I'm here. Castling is valuable for a reason. Seems logical. Okay. Can't do that yet. Basically, take this way. Okay. Makes a lot of sense. And I can't go here because of the fork. Hmm. Let's take it. I don't like that move. I don't like B. Oh. See what it does. Okay, this is taking a long time. Don't want to go pawn chasing. That's not an option at the moment. Can't do that. Okay, that's fine because that wouldn't be an option due to pin. Okay, now let's think. You don't want to be in A1. No? Mm. I would take him there. That way your queen has it easier. Oh, man. Oh, man. I think I'm sick, like mentally. Doing this for 5 years, so I'm going to take my 2183 rating. And take my dog on a long walk. In the past, when I've gotten control over this stupid waste of time addiction, it's a beautiful game. I'm just kidding. The first few days are hell, but I feel better once I've gotten through the withdrawals. It's a drug. Devices are a drug. Get some rest. Go to a meetup. Go to karaoke. Something to get out of the house. And I feel just as good as new. But as I get older, I don't know if it'll always be that way. It's permanent damage. Who knows? Thank God for you. I wonder if a lot of people are quitting chess as COVID gets farther and farther in the rearview mirror, and that's why the level of play is so this poor. And I've gotten better, but these people are no good. They're really bad. It could be I've become accustomed to a higher quality of play as I've worked my way up to a higher over the board rating, and therefore I get paired with better players. And after I play them, kind of like taking a donut off a baseball bat when you warm up, it's heavy and it's light as a feather when you take it off. Oh, wow. It's the same bat, but it feels like a feather because I was pushing my muscles with a weighted donut. And after I play over the board against trained athletes, sometimes, I mean, some of those younger adults, you wonder if they'll figure it out and at least be a master. that are between 17 and 1900 right now. And maybe I'm comparing online to them too much, and they have at least 3 times the clock we do in these games. I don't know. I'm going to sign out. I'll take a few days off, and if I can come back and just get 2, I need 17 points, 2, maybe 3 wins, I will be 2,200. 19,160. And some of it is I play very annoying. I'm good enough. I know the patterns well enough to where I'm not just going to beat myself. But I probably don't play like athletes who grew up playing chess and trained traditional ways. I described my style, I still feel pretty accurately, as reactionarily aggressive. Reactionarily aggressive, you could say that's tactics, but reactionarily aggressive, I don't know enough about strategy. I don't apply it quickly enough to dictate the games, and really, aside from outposts and a few other concepts, I'm not thinking much about strategy. I'm reacting to how the opponent plays. And from there, kind of band-aided my chess, and early on, if I can make him move. If I didn't see what I thought was right, can I make him move the queen? Yeah, I don't see a way to make him move the queen in one move without losing something too valuable, or just giving away a central pawn, for example. Can I make him move the rook without too much trouble on my part or too much thought? Okay, I can't do that. Where's the bishop? I'm just going to make shit move until they screw it up. And that's like strategy light. It's strategy light. And I went through a lot of those drills. That's how you would build a fucking chess player. The same way you train dealers. And at that time, I wasn't dealing cards for most of that because I was still in Springfield. 15,000th in the world. When's our last game? October 18th. See, I don't trust this. I don't trust this at all. Boo! Get public shamed. Come on my phone bill. I'll throw Pepsi cans at you. And that is sad. You play 4,000 games. What'd you start at? That is suspicious as hell. Isn't that suspicious though? Oh wow. She was straight up to 1,700. Yeah, you should have got banned right there. Somewhere in this little vertical rise. Completely vertical. Looks like someone took a saw and just leveled it out so it's perfectly clear you're cheating. You play 4,000 games and then you decide you need to start cheating. That's a problem. That's a real addiction. If you want to have some fun, kind of like prank calls when we're kids, ha 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 ha, it's immature, you're a cheater, ban the account. But you only played a few games, just a little prank, trying to get your laughs out of defaming and pretending to be better than us hardworking, more talented athletes. So, but it's not like psychologically fucked up though. You're just a little bit annoying, like a prankster, a ding dong ditcher, high school kids at TP houses. That's, you log in, you create an account, you cheat, you think it's gonna be funny to waste people's time. Good for you. But people who play 4,000 games and actually kind of grind for a while. Yeah, it looks like that was all. No, it's 2017. You came back after a long break. So from here to here, what the hell were you doing? You sustained that level of play, so you weren't going through any growing pains. That is suspicious. You play that many games, it would make me think the athlete got frustrated. I can't figure it out. I can't get any better. I'm trying everything. I keep just exhausting all options. I'm done. Instead of giving up or hiring a coach, you need the increase. So let's cheat. After 4,000 games, then you start cheating. Boy, you developed a problem while doing this, while you were exploring online chess. I don't know if even the chess guys could cure you. I think you're unfixable. Maybe see the love guru. What do you want, Max? Oh, Maxwell. I don't care. The best attitude. It is interesting now that I'm friends with quite a few athletes in St. Louis, and a few of them are my level, or Elijah's quite a bit stronger, like a lot stronger. He was on board one. That was what I was alluding to earlier. Elijah was playing his white in board one. But because you want to talk about your game, and they're like Elijah and his class of players, they're at a level where I would have to win a lot of games before I play them. And if I won those games to earn a chance to play them on board one or two, I wouldn't blame them for requesting a buy or forfeiting if there's no money, or if it's not a big tournament. So they don't want to mess up their rating, and I'm crazy. I'm right at the lowest end of where someone like Elijah could screw up. He played real bad. I played really good. Could ruin his rating. He's got nothing to gain from playing me. I like to talk about my daily games, though, with people who also play some online chess, and Elijah is one of those. I just responded to him. Hey, man, what were you thinking there? What were you thinking? I thought I had you. Where did you know that I was falling for your trap? And he's going, did I play Dayton recently? I haven't played Dayton in 2 months. What's he talking about? And you realize I'm talking about our online game, and it gets really awkward. Because at the chess club, most people are in a hurry. It's not a hobby like going to play pick up basketball. You kind of got to stretch before you go pick up basketball. You pull something. So while you're shooting around or doing your jumping jacks or whatever people do these days, your calisthenic warm-ups, your one-legged ankle bounces. In my case, backflips and behind the head dunks, alley-oops if I can get someone to toss it right. But while you warm up, so we don't pull something at our old age. As the kids, how's the back injury? Because we're not as young as we used to be. In chess, if we get there early, we want to prep. Sometimes we get there just in hopes the grandmaster in residence is free. And of course, a grandmaster, hey, you got to understand how impressive grandmasters are. I'm going to get this shit on TV. I say some things that aren't going to be popular. And I use the example Elon Musk. You married Elon Musk. I love his ambition. Why isn't he in my kid's t-ball game? Because he's flying a rocket into space. It's just not easy. But I just thought that he would be home in time. No, he was never going to do that. Not consistently. Nobody's perfect. And I'm going to get chess on fucking TV. And if there are too many more instances of, it's not everybody, it's just getting a little bit too common. There's a Seattle Seahawks offensive lineman beat his girlfriend pretty bad. When I was younger, Ray Rice, and I had him on my fantasy football team. Ray Rice was a big deal. There was elevator footage of him. I think that was the one where he drug her by her hair down the hallway. Don't quote me. I think he beat the shit out of her in an elevator and drug her by her hair down the hallway. And that's just not nice to do, especially to women. And of course, I blame authority. CTE, you hitting the head over and over, take care of your people. But one black eye thing, you want to fire Justin Tucker when there's no hard evidence? There's no hard evidence. You can't do that, Dan. Look at the Naroditsky thing. Look at what it did to Neiman's career. It ruined people's lives that way. And I don't understand why Roger Goodell would be so accommodating to the call it out movement. If there's evidence, yeah, you got to protect your assets, and it's your league, and a lot of people rely on you to make good decisions so they can feed their families. I totally get it. But look at your season ticket holders. Look on the Jumbotron. Look at the fans in Green Bay. Negative 20 degree weather, and the wind is awful. And they're shirtless with cheese on their head. It's their only warmth is a big old block of cheese. I can't imagine that 350-pound man, 12 beers deep, wearing nothing but a block of cheese. Cares if Justin Tucker might have got a boner during his massage. I had minor back issues when I was younger. Might come back if I played sports again. Racquetball, a lot of cutting and planting and jarring your back. My chiropractor was a nice man when I lived in Arkansas. He was very well referred, checked around. And one time when I was in real pain, and then he could tell when I was in pain. He was right by the office I worked at. I could walk, but that would defeat the purpose because my back was breaking. And I would talk to him. He was a Blues hockey fan. Talk about St. Louis sports. He was into some of the weird, I don't get personal. If I find someone that likes the shit I like, I just want to talk about it. They could tell it was a bad week if I just laid on his floor. Or on his, not his floor, his little doctor's office kind of bed where you can recline it and stuff. It was more like a hospital bed. And I just didn't say a word. I was like, all right, here I am. Bad week. Yeah, man, I don't want to talk. So pop my back before I turn into a grandpa. And he did. He did. But even though I'm straight, I had a girlfriend at that time. We were living together. When he popped my back real good and all that pain just released, sitting in an office all day. That's why I got this Bowie stool initially, because it's the only thing that helped my back. He popped me real good, and I knew I was going to be able to play racquetball that night without pain. Mid-session, I wanted to call my friends. Hey, what's going on? We're at work. We can't go play racquetball yet. It's not 5 o'clock. Yeah, I'm just here with my chiropractor. Oh, the real sexy one? Well, I mean, he's handsome, but when I said he's sexy, it's because he makes me feel better. I never actually did that, but how funny would that be? The chiropractor has to keep working because he's on a schedule. Pop, pop, pop. Next, rotate him in and out. Really good day's pay. But not if someone like me talks about philosophy and hockey and all the things I have to talk about. So you got to get me in and out. It's scheduled for another session. I just start calling my friends, hey, this guy's good. He pops me in ways I didn't know I could be popped. I love it. And that was 6 years ago. I don't remember any scandals at that time. The world was less. But if the Justin Tucker thing would have happened when I lived in Arkansas, getting my back popped, or the Chiefs punter who was accused with no evidence also by a woman who was underage. She had no business being at the party, literally. It's like she can't drink legally, so don't go. She should have got a minor in possession. But she's going to go and attack them for something, even if they were guilty. You're consuming alcohol underage. You have no business being at a college party consuming alcohol. Not an excuse to break the law as a man, but it should be a big red flag for her. But if those were blowing up, okay, what if they were stressed? They didn't know she was underage, turned them on. In the Justin Tucker case, he might have just been going through the psychological phenomena I was experiencing with my male doctor who was married happily. I love you because my back works again. And all Justin Tucker should have had to apologize for was letting that affection and gratitude come out while still on the table. It was just a thank you. And the same thank you and slight turn on I got when my chiropractor turned back the clock 7 years and made my back feel good as new. Nothing to ruin a kicker's career over, especially when Justin Tucker only has 3 to 4 really good years left. He's getting old. It's a compliment. It's a compliment. No evidence. He was just happy. He was just happy. The massage loosened his muscles so he could kick out. Just bullshit. But don't ruin people's lives with no evidence, even if they are shady, even if they say crazy shit on YouTube. So I have a referral anyway. If you are going to do YouTube, make sure you're prepared to keep a straight face no matter how tired you are and remain completely full of crap. I speak the truth. I speak my mind. A little dramatized. What's that song? Dance, dance like you never had a chance. No one really knew it was really only you, and now you seal the day. Take the light of day. Nice work you did. Gonna go far, kid. Trust it seems with 1,000 in a good disguise. Hit 'em right between the eyes. You're getting better all the time. All against the one art that's hard to teach. Another clever word sets off an unsuspecting heart. And as you step back in the line, a mob jumps to the beat. Now dance, dance, man, he never had a chance. No one even knew it was really only you. And now you steal away. Take my day. Okay, I'm going to talk about my dog, and I'm going to fight like hell to not log in. Fight like hell to not play online chess. If I do log in on stream, we're going to scout athletes at this level. I want to see what type of games they're playing. I want to see how they're managing the clock. What are they missing? Am I here? Do I belong? Do I belong in the top 20,000 online chess athletes? Good morning. I think I do. But if I don't, I'm going to sing my little heart out, yell positive affirmations in the mirror, and peak for one game at a time. if I'm almost to the same rating I have in Blitz, and Blitz is inflated by when you get to the very best players in the world, Cars Blitz is about fluctuates like between 400 and 600 points better than his Rapid. So I should be able to get to 2,300 in Blitz. No problem. Great. My friend's at. What's Griffin? Does Griffin still play this shit? I will try to stop cussing. There's no need for it. There are ways to rationalize any bad behavior. Like defame people. People aren't sorry when they ruin someone's life or career. As I started this video showing Anna Rudolph's video covering the Naroditsky tragedy, and she seems very pleasant. I was just showing a video that came up. It's creepy how iPhones work. If I go to an incognito browser, that article of Shahadi's take on the Naroditsky death, and it seems like they were friends or friendly. It came up higher in the ranks on my phone than on the computer because my device has to be kind of monitoring what I'm looking at on that device. And on my phone, since I'm at work, I might read the Justin Tucker case, any updates. When was he cut? When is he going to get signed? Anything I'm interested in. A while back, last year, a little earlier, more than a year ago, I think it was late 2024, Grayson Murray, the golfer, took his life. I believe carbon monoxide. Just ran his truck. And I think that's how he did it. And so I would kind of check on that. I always want to. I always hope there's some silver lining in the family is doing okay, and if they choose to advocate, they advocate intelligently. And Instagram would have more mental health stuff during that time because I was checking it out. And they call it out. I'm so anti-call it out. It's ridiculous. What do you know, on my phone, that article popped up much higher than it would on a device I don't check a lot because it's not familiar with what I'm into, what I want to read about. Spooky. But I am confused on that Naroditsky stuff on a serious note. It talked like it was not a very high dose of whatever drugs he was doing. I don't know what kratom is. Or something has a stimulant and opioid-like effect. Okay, stimulant and opioid. So he was. Anytime you mix things, that's risky. Kratom is unsafe. The Mayo Clinic. What do they know? But it didn't sound like the dosage was something that would kill most men. Not that Naroditsky was big, I don't think, but a decent-sized man, it wouldn't be fatal, whatever dose he was taking. But all the creators giving their condolences and updating their communities on the loss of their friend, Daniel Naroditsky, they made it sound, especially Levy, like Vladimir Kramnik cannot get away with this. It's unacceptable. There has to be justice. I believe that was the title of his video, was something about justice. And they know more than me. I'm not accusing them of anything. But if it wasn't a fatal dosage and there was no intent to end his life, like, it's sad. Because, I mean, I'll take some stuff for stress. When I've got to work, like I'm going to craft school, that's 3.5 hours. If I get off early enough, I speed home with my dog out. If not, I try to grab something to eat and close my eyes for a couple minutes before my shift, and I worry about my dog because she's going home alone too long. And then it's 8 hours if I don't get out early, if we're not slow. and 3 days in a row of that plus 2 more days of training, and I'm trying to play chess and raise a dog. And yeah, I popped a few pills. The reason I'm so like blah right now is I'm at the end of that stretch, and I like to stay up basically a full day on my last day of work through, Sunday rated games. Since they moved it up, I can't really go to sleep after work. If I go to sleep after work, I won't wake up for the games. And I'll be groggy if I get any decent sleep. 3 a.m. If there's anything going on in the casino, I like to walk around the casino and just people watch. If I see someone that looks friendly or says hi to me on the slot machines while I'm walking around not my casino, the other casino, I want to talk them up and I want to root for them. I like to gamble, and I like people who gamble. And it gets lonely, and they probably want a cheerleader at 4 a.m. Why wouldn't they? I'll start making slot noises until they invite me to sit down with them. They always do. I think they worry I'm going to be super talkative and clingy. But I don't even talk. I talk to the slot machine if it's not giving them money. Start tapping it and shit. Think I'm crazy. Sometimes I'm their good luck charm, and I have to stay for a little while. 3 a.m. Take care of my dog. I walk around the casino for a little bit if it's too cold. Walk my dog around the apartment. And by the time I'm cooled off from work, it's 5, 6 a.m. I have to eat before I play chess. So I go to sleep at 6 a.m. Then I gotta get up and eat, walk my dog. If I've got her daycare scheduled, drive her ass to daycare. That's maybe 3 hours of sleep. It might be worse than no sleep. So moving it to noon really is weird because most people avoid the swing schedule, especially as we get older and have more responsibilities, because it kind of eats your whole day. But I like it. It does eat our whole day. But for my lifestyle right now, short, intense, frequent rest, short, intense, frequent rest. Everything, we're trying to maximize our performance. You can only train for so long. And I'm getting better about it. If I say short, intense, frequent rest, and everything I do in every part of my life reiterates short, intense, frequent rest, principles of deliberate practice, then I'm just going to be the best chess player of any who didn't play until adulthood. And I've also, I spent a lot of time studying and trial and erroring polyphasic sleep cycles when I was a kid, college kid. When we were young, we really should have a lot of energy. And I like to nap in between classes. One of my semesters, I don't remember which semester, probably my senior year because I could walk from campus. But I didn't want to hang out on campus. Every now and then I might play basketball, but I like to do that after all my classes were done, so I get sweaty and then just shower at home instead of the school. And I just had that awkward amount of time, so I would walk home, take my nap, and there's a pretty good gap in classes if I remember. I would go back, and then I'd have my night. And I really started to enjoy that. Waking up, if I wanted to go out or if I had a business fraternity event, anything social, after I worked out or played basketball, I'd just go, and it's like I restarted my day, and I had 2 days. I tried, I think it's the most common 6 hours of sleep, and then later 30-minute nap. And from there, you just do like 4.5 hours, 2 30-minute naps. And the logic behind the polyphasic sleep cycles I followed for a while in college is if you sleep more instances in one day, overall you should need less total sleep. And after COVID and all the crap, I got PTSD. Sorry to men and women who actually served our country and did real work and real hard things and saw the worst of the world. Thank you for your service. I don't mean that as a joke. But for me, I'm not trained for war. I'm not trained for anything but a little bit of code and music and chess. I don't want to fight anybody. So I can't sleep anyway. Let's mess with those polyphasic sleep cycles again. Close my eyes, count that as REM sleep. Do it again. Call me weird. And I don't know that it would be fair to call me happy. I'm pretty grateful. But I figured out how to get through stretches of life that suck. And I don't know that it's possible to be happy with an ankle bracelet and, a criminal sentence that has doubled and folded like a paper to the moon. So we don't have any money left over for vacation. I mean, debt is cool. Debt is so much better than like multiple DUIs where you don't only have the same amount of debt or more as someone that gambles a lot or likes to shop on Amazon or whatever. Buy chess equipment in excess because I'm all in on new shit I like. You can always replenish your bank account. You can't replenish your brain, your body as well. And the polyphasic sleep cycles at least shut my brain off well enough and long enough to do what I need to do, be present. And if someone were really traumatized from actual war, not just hard, sudden change from the pandemic or a breakup or job loss, it's just, oh my gosh. But the polyphasic sleep cycles are pretty cool. Because why would we sit, like Keith Urban has that song, I've been sleeping till noon in the same damn room where I once held you and it's breaking my heart. That would be dumb because you won't have a job, you'll get fired, and you'll be single forever and she'll be happy with someone else. But in my mind, I'm somewhere in my car, it's raining out on the street like glow. Lips on mine, it's gasoline on fire. You should have tried the polyphasic sleep cycles. Keith should have done the polyphasic sleep cycles. I've been sleeping till noon. I know how it is, man. I was a kid once. And hosts can be tripping. I don't think country singers say that. The ballers do. In the rap game mostly. And when the hosts trip, you got to implement the polyphasic sleep cycles. Or play excessive chess to the point your brain doesn't even remember women. Oh, Nana, what's my name? Oh, Nana, what's my name? What's my name? What's my name? Everybody who knows how to work my body and knows how to make me want it. But boy, you stay up on it. So I surrender to every word you whisper, every door you enter. I have locked you out. In the cold, I really wanna be with you, but you made me mad. You can freeze outside. Hey boy, I really wanna sleep with you, but I got AI and he holds me tight now. I want a bot who can take it over. Looking for a bot who can put in work, and you have to go to sleep. And AIs, I think women are more emotionally stimulated, generally speaking. Not as turned on by just strictly physical appearance, like a lot of men are. And then I'm not gonna compete with an AI. Shit. Who's that guy? Jim Jeffries. I don't know if it was just a joke for his stand-up comedy or not, but he was telling jokes that he was dating Michael Phelps' ex-girlfriend. What pressure. And in the bit, Jim said, look, why would I be insecure? I don't know that Michael Phelps was a better swimmer than me. I never tried. It's awesome. But I do, if I fell in love and was like a marriage level attraction with a girl, I would not want to be dumped for a celebrity who was in the public eye. Mark E. Basie, one of the most underrated artists, told a story about dating a girl. I forgot her name. She was a celebrity, and I don't know who dumped who, but she ended up dating Zac Efron after Mark. And of course, that's in the same circle. I'm sure Mark had a mutual respect with Zac Efron, just being a young man in that industry trying to make it, and now he's banging the girl you love, and at all the parties, hey, is that coming? That would be awful. That would be awful. And I feel for women because I don't actually know if it's worse for men than women. I don't know who has it worse there. I wouldn't date my friend's exes. If they were, they'd have to be like, if they were once my good friend, even if we were younger, they'd have to be like dead to me. They would have had to have done something to make me mad, and then she would have to initiate it. I still probably wouldn't do it, especially if they slept together. But that sucks. That's stupid. That's stupid. It's that Macklemore lyric, one man's trash. That's another man's come up. I don't know how it works with girls, but a lot of girls, I think girls are more okay with it, like individually, but I also think girls would shame it more than men. At the end of the day, if one of my good friends wanted to date one of my ex-girlfriends, even one, or I was real serious with one for a long time, and there's a few others that are fairly serious. They called and they're like, hey, I'm gonna date her. You have a major problem with that dating? No, we're not dating. We're not together. Sure, go be happy. But I think there's a little bit more jealousy, even if the girl doesn't want the guy. Sometimes, especially if the girl doesn't want the guy. No, but you can't have him, and that's weird. It's weird, but it shouldn't be that way. And anyway, Marky Basie's story was like the saddest version of that. And he just poured all of his pain into music. Life's short. He also had some medical issue at that time. So I'm doing it. I don't care if it's risky. But if you don't have an exceptional voice and you need a coping mechanism for life's bullshit, I recommend Polyphasic Sleep Cycles, a Bluetooth piano, and reaching at least 1500 on chess.com. So much better than prison. So much better than prison. I'm gonna get some rest. If you see me back on soon, I'll look awake. I'm funny when I'm in this mode. It's my last little push before I collapse. But I do need to get some rest. With rest, I might just cross 2300. I just skipped 2200. Double down? No. All right. Triple. I'm going to throw all my money down right now. No, it's 8 points per game. It's 8 points. If they're higher rated, it's 9 points, 7 points. No, I don't care. Double or nothing. Come on. Who's in? I'm taking odds. I want to do this. I'm going to get to 21.93. I want to bet 100. So if I lose, sure. Take a bet on 20.93. But I won't. They need a chess.com X-rated version where you get an extra rating point tossed in for trash talk. Or if the opponent was executing an attack and you were losing, and it's clear that your mama joke got in their head and they blundered the end game and you won. You don't just get a win. Kind of like in hockey. In hockey, you don't just get one for a win, 0 for a loss. You get 0 for a loss, 1 for a tie or loss in overtime if you lose in overtime, and then 2 for a win. And you should do that in chess. 1 if they blundered, 2 if they blundered because you got in their head with your shit talking over the keyboard, and they lost the game. Like Savannah Bananas baseball chess version. Make that crazy. But at this point, I'm just hoping I don't get banned from all social media. Or taken out by, well, Charlie Kirk loved Jesus. Well, most would agree. He was a good person, and you might not like his views. But as far as not cheating, trying to listen to people who oppose his ideas, yeah, they just killed him. Who's they dating? I'm not sure. Wouldn't do any good to worry about it. And I say way more stuff than he did. So who knows? Who knows?